started. Let's go ahead and find it on YouTube, on my channel. Go over to here. Upcoming. Was it upcoming? Yeah, I'm live. Okay. Okay then. We'll go ahead and mute this. And then... Man, why does it always stream in such low quality? I'm under the impression that there's something wrong with my stream settings that's causing this to only ever stream in 360p. Work. Huh. Okay, whatever. It doesn't need to be a super high resolution stream anyways. I was just trying to figure out why that was happening, but it appears that I still won't be able to figure that out, so that's okay. I go ahead and get my chat. Windows T. There she goes. See, I'm actually kind of surprised that I remember that keybind all the time. It's an interesting one for me to remember. However, nope, that's the wrong copy. That was music. Okay, that's my stream. If I go ahead and oh, what's up, Kyle? I'm still not sure exactly how to say your name. I'm gonna go with Kyle. Hello. Okay. That is it posted in my server in the fan group. Okay. Don't stay for long, but good luck stocking up. I'm actually not stocking up. In 2023, okay, hi Pi. In 2023, I ended up collecting dog. Alright, see you, Kyle. Okay. Pi, did you have to show up and just say that? Man. Oh boy, this is gonna suck. I really don't like buying in this game. Boy, oh boy. Bro, this is for a video. There's a difference between doing something because there is a community outrage based on me not doing it, which is the internet project, and then this. I actually have work to do, so you don't get abused too much. Okay, dog. What happened there? How did that even fall? It has me a little confused. There's just no one else in the server that just dropped. But like, this is for YouTube content, because if I start working on the internet project, then it won't be done for a considerable amount of time, but this, I'll be able to have a video out, and like, yeah, the internet project will be for a video, but it's going to take like another week to do that. So if I instead collect all these candy bags, and then a week from now, I have all that worked on the internet project, then I'll have 2 videos lined up for that week, where I'll be able to have the candy bag video done, where I open and blow up all the candy. Okay, that's done. But I can do that, and that'll be way more convenient than just um words. It's way more convenient to do this now when I literally have to do it, or else I will not be able to do it, than to wait to do it and do the internet project, which then completely removes this video. And like, I probably wouldn't work on the internet project as much as I'm gonna work on this, right? So like, I'd probably spend an hour or two at most on the internet project today if I were doing that. But this, I'm spending a lot of time. All 25 viewers are going to be shook when there's no video for a month. Okay, dog. There was no video for like 6 months, dude. Relax. And there are more than 25 viewers. I have like, what is it? Probably over 200 views in the past week. Something like that. I think it's like 300. I don't know. I'm not keeping that much track of my views because I don't really care all that much. I'm enjoying posting videos. Like, I liked making Adventure. Adventure was fun, as much as it also really sucked. It was a very time-consuming build, and was the first time that I spent that much time just playing Lumber. Did anyone complain when there was no video for 6 months? Actually, yes. There was... Again, I remember at least one person complaining about me not posting anything. And you know what? As long as I keep continually posting, eventually I'll be allowed to post in the actual channel and app and server. Stream buying candy bags. So if I post that right there, then alrighty. Hi, Spooky. How are you doing today, Spooky? What is that? 5, 15, 16? You know what? I'm doing rather well. I'm just trying to get this done. This is like the first actual thing that I'm doing today. I kind of just sat around for other parts of the day. It is noon, and I woke up at, I guess, like 8. Why not use auto buy? Because I'm not supposed to. Using auto buy is not something that I could plausibly do. And that also, yeah. So as far as it goes, I do not hack. And then also, I did not. Okay, I did not auto build the internet project. The internet project has been being painstakingly constructed with love, and it also has like taken the life out of me. But you know, whatever. The internet project was genuinely a build that I started out and has taken over 100 hours to build myself. Auto buy, I won't be using that because if I say tip, okay, see, exactly. That's not even proper. That's not proper because TIP stands for the Internet Project, which means it would be Gomi. Okay. Nope. Okay. Almost got me. Almost got me. Almost got me. Anyways, I don't use auto buy because I don't hack. I won't hack. I haven't hacked in a very long time. If I did hack, then people would be very upset at me. I'd lose probably any reputation that I have right now. And just like I can't be bothered to. I'd much rather go and do this myself. I've gained a lot of appreciation for buying items myself. Because my most recent projects, I've done most of the buying items alone. So like, I have a lot more money than this. The only reason that I have so much money on this plot is because I know for a fact the amount of candy bags that I'm going to buy is going to be costing me like 9 million. So, Um, but my most recent projects have all been buying items for them myself. So when I made the pagoda, my first like actual build, and then after that, adventure, I bought most of the items for that myself. Not most of, I guess, because I did use a lot of truckloads that I already had, because man, it was not gonna be fun if I didn't, because I was gonna have to do a lot of weird stuff with I would have had to stay up for like 5 extra hours, right? Which is why it's not plausible to do even small logic builds by buying every item yourself, right? Like going and getting wood yourself, you get a lot more wood per second than you do logic items per second. So it's not really plausible to do any real big builds by buying them yourself, which is why I typically just use the leftover truckloads that I have from getting other people to buy them for me. But I will not be using auto buy. That's something I'm pretty concrete on. It's not something I do. Can we name this project Devious Interesting Candy Keeper? Oh, Devious Interesting Candy Keeper. How does that... Oh, there are more. Okay, well, we'll go ahead and buy these 4, and then I'll deal with those. Can you give me any tips for money? I would say, if you become really good at something like logic, you can typically find people that will give you money for free. Like Smash gave me a bit of money a while ago, but that's kind of a implausible thing to do. So I would suggest genuinely just buying a ton of truckloads and then trying to flip those truckloads for extra cash. You could also open like a business where you buy limited items for people, or you buy wood, or you get wood for people, which works. But I personally do not do that, since I'm kind of well off right now. It's not too hard to get a lot of money as long as you're doing stuff with truckloads. People pay a lot of money for truckloads. That's what, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so I need another one on this. Hey Neptune, how you doing? Just sell air to Gomi for 20 mil, works every time. Did that happen? I feel like you're calling a actual event that happened, and I'm just lost. Yeah, if you have a 1x1 cutter, then you could get wood for people. I don't know exactly how well that sells for, but I think it's at least decent. I know for a fact that I do not buy wood from people because I'm not actually a builder, but I think that there are some builders out there that do need to buy wood, so you can actually get some decent amounts, especially if you're getting more of the sought-after woods, like birch and walnut, I guess. Yes, it did happen. I sold you a slice of oak wood for 15 mil. Okay, see, now on the Easter event, I also dropped $1 million on an egg, right? The cheapest item in the game. It was literally, like, it costs you nothing to get one, okay? So. Oh, you don't. Okay. Well, I guess an alternative to that you could do is public servers. Sometimes people buy from there. I don't know how moral it is, but you could probably try and get people on like Apton streams or something to buy from you. Definitely not moral, actually. I'm gonna take that back. It's definitely not moral, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. That's 40. Alright. So I need 2.5 more of these. And then this truck is done. Oh yeah, you can use the Reddit community as well. I kind of always forget that that exists because I never had to use it. You can also try on the wiki. People don't really check the wiki a lot, but you can at least advertise there. If you make a wiki account, then you can post on like the message boards, the comments of each page. Like, oh, I'm selling walnut wood if anyone's interested, you know? ever used Reddit. Oh, that's fair. Yeah, you could. It's definitely not the like pinnacle of that, but I see no problem with trying to use the wiki for it. Alrighty, and then we just need 2 more, and then that is a truckload of 50. Our first truckload of 50. Would it be more efficient to just throw these outside of the store, or to keep putting them in the truck like this? Because I feel like it's... I personally don't really need items, 'cause I don't really use items. So... no. I really don't need items. Pi doesn't either, right? Because he uses auto buy. What a nerd he is. Okay, that's our first 50 down. What's up, Lost? How you doing? I know that you love auto buy, Pi. That's why you use it for every single like application that you possibly can. What if I just throw them out the door? Then it's okay. Can I get like a counter? Oh, wow, that was violent. Um. Anyways, if I go ahead and grab my phone, I can see if I can't get like an app that increments by 1 as a counter, because that's impossible for me to make quickly on Lumber Tycoon, unfortunately. If only there were a easier counter design than what I already made the best possible. Give me a video of how the pros do it. I am getting to work. Just let me get this counter app so that I can just throw these candy bags out and then it's all good. Click counter. Yes, that is exactly what I need. Oh yeah, you did. Okay, yeah. I'm doing alright, Lost. Just trying to get these candy bags done since I'm kind of on the deadline of whenever they were removed from the game, right? So, let's see, how many of these do I need? Because it's 450 divided by 4. 612. Oh, goodness. 612. Alright. Okay. I'm not gonna remember 612, but, you know, we'll just keep doing this. I was talking about just a counter, so, like, every single time that I buy 4 of these, I click up the counter, and then that counter would, tell me how many of them I've bought, but you can't really make that in Lumber Tycoon very quickly because it is extremely expensive at, you know, a level where I need 612, so... Oh. You know, it'd be smart if I actually did click the counter. What a surprise that I'm already struggling with it. I think I only got one truckload of each item, or not even that. Yeah, yeah, I haven't even gotten a single one of the Jacko melons. So, I haven't really invested a lot of money or time into these. This is the first time that I'm even touching the white candy bags. So, I can't tell if that was faster or slower. I'm gonna go ahead and say that it was probably faster, but there's a better way to do it, I'm almost entirely sure. Hire some children? No, actually, I will not be doing so. You could add my main account. I'll send the username. And I will not be hiring any children to work for me. I have been really into the whole, like, doing projects entirely solo thing, so I do want this to be a more solo type thing. I like to do stuff myself. Alrighty, that is 4. We've got, you know, only 605 more to do. I'm really tired of you, Thom. Just put it on... Okay, man. Thom is making it really difficult for me to enjoy this. Alrighty. That makes 20 candy bags about this time. I think it's going to be a little difficult to get them in the truck afterwards, but honestly, I'm perfectly okay with this. Also, you can screenshot me talking here and send to Aptons. I straight up have not checked any pings on Discord or DMs. Busy, but I go away. Okay. Bye, Lost. Okay, Spooky. The stream will probably be multiple hours long. Just for note. Like, I'll probably run this until, like, 4 or 5 p.m. for me. Ideally. Because I want... I mean, it's actually not making bad time right now. I've got 6, 18 and a half in 25 minutes, plus, like, I'd say 5 minutes of doing other stuff. Just use pie profit dot item candy bag. No! It's pie. You need to stop exploiting your... Or you need to stop, advertising your exploits, man. This is my stream. It's 5:30. Right. Well, okay. Most interesting LT2 vid. I can't tell if they're talking about adventure or if they're making fun of my candy bag video. I'll have to check that ping in a second. That was interesting. Best LT2 script on the market. You think that you're a better coder than Apple? Does Apple even still code? I have no clue, actually. I stopped being an exploit culture a long time ago. Yeah, that was just making fun of me doing this. Okay. Butterhub is gone? Serious? He did from Discord completely, left everything. That's kind of surprising. I thought Butter was doing well. Okay. We might have came back. I don't know. I haven't been keeping track. Yeah, it's whatever. What about Step? Step used to do stuff, right? Pretty sure that's a woman. Did she stop doing anything? Because I know that Step used to have a script, that people would use all the time. Is this an AI song? Yes, it is. See, it isn't very good, but I was like, you know, maybe it's okay. And then I was like, no, that's AI. Man, what a waste of a minute of my time listening to that. Apple came back. Crazy. Huh. What a surprise. So is Pi's probably gonna have competition? That question is essentially, do you view ButterHub as competition? Whatever method exclusive to Pi's Profit and UFO Dupe. Okay, I don't know what. Sure, okay. How much Robux if you can get me a chocolate and a candy? I have 34. Speaking truthfully, you are not allowed to, because of Roblox's rules regarding cross trading, you are not allowed to pay Robux for in-game items that aren't developer said. So like, if there was a buy a truckload of candy from Defaultio as a game pass, and you could pay with Robux, but I cannot accept Robux for candy. Maybe if I have enough at the end, like if I have time, then I could. But for now, it's kind of like just whatever I can do, because I have to do 612 of the 4 candy bags purchased, so it's gonna be a little while. Alrighty, give me a second, Pi. That makes 13. Check DMs. I'm not exactly sure what that is. You aren't gonna get in any actual trouble for it. Depending on how long ago it was, if you were in Discord servers, they might tell you that you're in trouble, you might get market ban or whatever, but given that you didn't know, you're perfectly fine. Roblox doesn't really enforce it, as much as they should, given that it's their rule. So you can pretty much just get away with it. Just like be careful telling people about it, right? So, you'll be fine. Our TP, they're being teleported so fast they don't have time to follow fastest method on the market. The only problem with that is that they don't go into trucks, you know? So, kind of a waste of a usage. It was on Roblox chat and it was yesterday. Um, if someone reported the messages, then you could get in trouble. But I severely doubt that anyone did. And yesterday, you also aren't in any of the Discord servers, so I don't think it's actually really a problem. Like, even if you were in my Discord server, if you're in my Discord server and you do that, then you're not getting in trouble. I do not care that much. Yeah, so you should be perfectly fine. I don't see much of a problem with paying for stuff with Robux. The only thing is that I just won't, I wouldn't sell or buy anything for Robux. So, you'll be perfectly fine. And also, man, you got scammed. 50 Robux for a truckload is insane. You can get one of those for like 10. Less than 10, probably. Probably find someone selling a truckload for 5. I don't know how the economy, the black market economy is going right now, but I know that, man, it's not that inflated. Some of the undercutters might cost 50 Robux for a base if base duping still existed. Does it? Doesn't the does base duping exist anymore? Because I remember it no longer existing, but I don't know if there's a new method or not. Well, it's not literally a scam. I meant you just like way overpaid. I did not mean that it was a scam. I apologize. I should have worded it better. It is not literally a scam. Like, he's not gonna try to ban you or anything. What I meant is that you paid a lot more than you should have if you were buying something for Robux. 50 is a lot for one truck. Man, that's just throwing away money. Probably just stop buying things with Robux, I think. I mean, man, you can get a truckload for like 1 million. People used to sell $1 million in this game for 1 Robux. That is, man, paying a lot. What am I doing? guess that Pi left the stream. That's kind of... Knew him for 2.5 years. Well... They could also not know the price of items. Like, if someone's selling you something for Robux, they might also not know and just be going off of, like, the effort that they have to put in. So maybe it is 200 Robux worth of effort. But normally, someone would sell a truckload for, like, 10. Because truckloads really aren't that hard to get. Like, you can dupe a single truckload extremely quickly. That guy might just not have known. So... I wouldn't say, like, oh, he's a terrible guy, right? But just be wary of how much you're spending on something that's not worth that much money. I mean, man, $2.50 for one truckload is kind of a lot. It's not 2.50 anymore because of the price update for Robux, but still. It's insane. $15. Again, I will not be accepting Robux for a truckload, just because I really shouldn't be. However, if I do have time, I'll just get you a truckload for free. I wouldn't mind to do some free work. By the time that I'm done with this, I'll probably have enough of my mind dumped that I'd be just willing to initially anyway. Alrighty, and that is 150 candy bags in total so far. $150 out of 2,500, and it's been more than half an hour. So let's just say half an hour per 150. So 300 minutes for 300 minutes. 450 divided by 60 is 7.5. Yeah, this is gonna be a bit of a longer one. Yikes. This is gonna be also a crazy amount of time for this, man. And this is not including tossing things in trucks and bringing them back to my base. That'll be a long one as well. Honestly, since I know that the actual number is 625, I'm gonna go ahead and buy only 2 this time. Yeah, disconnecting would really, really suck. So I'm probably going to, after this, after buying these 2, take these to my plot. But I'm gonna go ahead and buy these 2, and then add 13 to this number, which brings me up to 41. And then the total number is going to be 625. So That's what I need. See, now this is why I have an axe, so that I can get stupid stuff like this out of my way. Disconnecting would be really, really, really annoying, but I think that this is fine. I'm just going to fill the truck a couple of times with candy bags, and then I'll buy more. I'm thinking that maybe I should try and get people to buy these with me. At least try and buy some truckloads of them, because this is going to take a long, long time. Do I need a mini axe? I need a lot of mini axes because I typically have none of them on any of my plots, which means that I always end up using just a silver axe on every project plot, which kind of sucks sometimes. It's not a big deal. So, well, I don't use mini axes a lot, so it's not a huge deal. I mean, I don't use axes in general a lot. But yeah, so what I'll do is I'll get you a candy bag truckload, and then after I do that, we can meet up in game. I'll give you the candy bags, and you can give me mini axes, if that's alright with you. Because I don't need it right now, but it'd be nice to have them eventually. Of course. I don't mind. I have a lot of time since I'm on Halloween, fall break, really. It's not just Halloween break, but I'm on fall break, so it's Sunday, and I'll be off until Wednesday. So I have a lot of time over the next few days, which means that as long as I stream consistently, I can get a ton of candy bags. 5:45. Right. For me, it's 12:45 p.m., which is not so bad, actually. I'll have around another 4 hours to work on this. And 4 hours isn't so bad. I'll be able to get around half of this done, I think. In the UK? Yeah. Explains the major time difference. I'm, in the US. Which, apparently, is easily conveyed by my accent, I think. But I don't much mind. Alrighty. $41 out of 625 is very, very little. USA. Yes, USA. Hello, Dogfish. This probably won't be a very interesting stream if people aren't watching, because I'm just kind of buying candy bags the entire time, so chat as much as possible, because otherwise I'm going to be kind of just left to talk to myself or not talk at all, and then, you know, everyone will be bored, right? I'll probably find something to talk about at some point and just spout off to nobody at all, but for now. I don't really have any thoughts on what to say, so. You have to go at 8? Mm. I have to go at 5 to make dinner, and then I'll be back, and I will be able to be on until 10, unless my family needs me for something. Otherwise, I'll have, like, basically all the time in the world, you know? I don't really have to go at 10, but I will be going at 10, just because I... Oh. I would actually have to go earlier to make dinner, since it is a more time-consuming dinner today, but it's whatever. The point is that I'll have a lot of time today for doing this, and so it can be expected that I'll finish at least most of this just today. Alrighty. And that is our first 150 candy bags on my plot. Or somewhere around there. That's actually 164? Oh yeah, because I bought some extras. Yeah, so that's 164. Which is, you know, an okay amount. I don't care about the amount very much, but 164 is nice. Definitely not a lot compared to 2,000, but, you know, whatever. I'll also know when I'm nearing the end based on how much money I have, because, like, right now I have 18.5. Once I get closer to 10 million, I'll know that, like, I'm just about there. As of right now, I've been kind of just playing mostly Lumber, recently. However, I don't play very many other Roblox games. Farming Adventures 2 I played for a while, but because the game is kind of barren for updates right now, I don't play that very much. It's also paid access. But other than just Lumber Tycoon, I play a little bit of Siege. I mean, man, I don't actually play very many video games. I spend most of my time doing math. Like, I don't know if I play much of if I do much of anything that doesn't feel like a 9 to 5. I mean, at least doesn't look like a 9 to 5. Oh, I have to add these two, right. Like, when I play this game, I'm, you know, either buying candy bags or doing logic, which is just working, and then I do a lot of math and manufacturing stuff. Ooh. I guess that, yeah, most of what I do is just work. But, sometimes I watch TV shows or movies. I play a little bit of Among Us with my family sometimes. But that's more of their preference of something to do. I'm not, like, explicitly hating or loving Among Us. I'm getting better at it again, because I took, like, a multiple year-long break, but it's not the greatest game of all time or anything. Yes. Yes. Yes, I am live, Dixon. It's an interesting, question to ask me. I'm live a lot. I'm trash at logic in your point of view. Well, logic, there's a little bit of, like, a learning curve. So, well, it's more like a normal distribution looking thing, I guess, because you start out and you suck, and then, it's kind of a steep hill to get yourself to be good at it. And then eventually you get to a point where things are kind of easy to you. And then if you start doing the more, I guess, important things, like circuit creation, then that starts getting more difficult. So, like, if you have no difficulty at the bottom and high difficulty at the top, then you go from very high difficulty at the bottom once you start out, and then it gets easier as you know more, and then it gets harder as you get into the more difficult parts of logic, like progressive displays, um, where that's a kind of interesting method to those. And it's also a little difficult to do things like circuit creation, of course, because you have to do a lot of thinking for that. Uh, but I've made most of the circuits that anyone uses, so I mean, not a lot of people do logic, so not a lot of people use my circuits, but my circuits are mostly the best. Uh, so my counter design is without rival. Uh, my signal length setter and signal length limiter, those are both the best of their kind. My one-tick generator is also the best one-tick generator out there, but the signal length limiter is better than it, just because it's a more economic design. The best thing I made is a 1x1 cutter with a tutorial. Um, to be fair, I don't really make 1x1 cutters, so I did that better than me, right? But it's like, you start out not knowing logic very well, so you can't blame yourself for not doing anything great with it. If you want to learn logic, then it's a lot easier to try learning logic than to just criticize yourself for not knowing a lot of it right off the bat. Like me, I started doing logic around this time in 2023, which means I've been doing logic for 2 years, and I'm still learning. Like, the first time that I did coordinate placement with counters was the other day, right? The other day, the day before yesterday, actually. After an electrotech, usually. Um, yeah, I I don't really follow tutorials from anyone anymore because I'd much rather make something myself than have to look at how someone else made it. And honestly, don't really do a lot of the things that I make, so I just kind of do whatever works out for me. It's 47. We're coming up on 200. What was that? Yeah, so 200. Yeah. So if I want just 2,000 of these, then I'll need to get my counter up to 500. So I guess that should be my, like, at minimum thing. Like, I'll probably do your truckload after I get to 500 of the fours. But that'll be still a while. Just because it's a lot of time until I get to 500 cycles of this. But yeah, I will at some point make sure I get your truckload done, because I'd like to not kind of ignore the fact that you wanted one. Of course. It's a little bit of time sensitive issue. Like, we don't know if it's going to be removed on the 3rd or the 4th or the 16th or whenever Defaultio will remove the logic. Or not the logic, what am I talking about? The candy bags. So it's just like, whenever the candy bags get removed is my deadline, and we have no idea when that will be, so I'm just trying to do this as soon as I possibly can. That makes 200. Hooray. And I guess I should probably be throwing these in this truck. I think that 200, and I'll just start moving these back to the plot, because it's 36 here, which shouldn't be too hard to fit in the truck. Alrighty. Um, yeah, so yeah, just friend me on Roblox and then whenever, and then um I'll make sure to friend you back and then we can talk about it in Roblox chat tomorrow. Sure. Yeah. People typically don't stick around in my streams for very long because they're kind of boring. I don't build or anything, so either I'm doing logic, which doesn't really come together very well in terms of like visually, so builds look a lot prettier when you're making them, right? And logic just takes a long time to get anything set up. And then like right now I'm doing candy bags, which is not the most visually appealing thing either, right? But it's a necessary thing to do. So if anyone ever wants to stick around, then they can, and you know you're sticking around, which I think is really nice of you. Satisfying is an interesting way to put it. I um I get bored very easily watching other people do stuff. So, well, most of the time. It has to be funny for me to keep watching a lot. And I doubt this is awfully funny. But talking to people that are on stream, yeah, I try to keep interactivity with my chat. Obviously, there's a little bit of stream delay, but I think that keeping up interactivity with people is a good way to keep myself sane because, man, this is kind of mind numbing. And also make sure that people, you know, enjoy the stream. So, I'm happy to talk with people that show up to the stream or, you know, whatever. Um, I don't actually have have the account that I first played this game on, so I don't know whatever happened to my first base. But I do know that I never actually really had any exploiters mess up any of my bases, except for me getting base dropped on one of them, which wasn't really destroying it. They didn't base drop me enough for my builds and stuff to be unusable. So I've never really had any bad stuff with hackers, and for a long time I have played just in my own VIP server. Like, I've had a VIP server most of the time for the past 2 years. And this is the most I've ever played Lumber Tycoon in, like, a consistent period of time, the past 2 years. So, you know, I think it's definitely a bit unlikely that I have a hacker attack. It's more likely when I post my game link. So sometimes I'd have my game link out if I'm doing like a base signing stream, but not this time. Um, sure, if you want to later. Uh, Currently, of course, I'm trying to get this done as fast as possible, so I'd like to not have very many distractions, delays, whatever. But if you want to show me, then you could. I don't know if I logged the last one that I bought, so it's either 60 or 61 at this point. But I don't think that matters very much if it's 60 or 61. It's still a lot, right? So. Mm. I was never much of a builder, so I only have one actual, like, build done. Uh, and it's still not the greatest thing ever. Afton portrait in it. Uh, that was pretty decent then, because portraits came out, what, last year's Christmas? I think? Maybe? I don't know. I don't keep very good track of that. I used to know items a lot better. It's unfortunate that you got your stuff messed up. Um, I'm kind of lucky that I haven't had any issues with exploiters, because there's definitely a lot to like. I've had my VIP server with people in it before, where people could have, you know, flung items that I had, but nobody's ever really done that, which is nice, because especially when I'm doing logic, those items are not so easy to come across again if I, you know, lose a truckload or two. But people are not very mean to me, which is nice. It actually seems like most hackers are nice to me, which I don't know if that is a reflection of my character, but I'm kind of hungry, but I probably also should not eat anything. What a dilemma. 65 cycles. 40 more and we'll be at 300. Yeah, 100 of these is 400. Ooh, boy. I'm definitely recognizing the struggle of people that do stock up season, because, man, I could never. It's crazy, it's 53 days till Christmas. Um, yeah, it's not all too long until Christmas, which is interesting. Um, hello. Ooh. I cannot pronounce that name. I'm not even gonna try because it's gonna sound really bad. Because I know for a fact that those characters are probably not just the same sound as in English. Because that H looks tiny, which probably implies that it sounds different. Regarding what you said, Spooky, the year has just felt like it's gone by really, really fast. I have lost track of time a lot. Like, plausibly, it could still be January. Man, I have not been all too aware of time passing this year, which I don't know how, like, good I feel about that, because it's like, yeah, I don't feel like my life is going by super duper slow, but also, I'm running out of, time, right? Like, next semester I'm starting part-time college classes, and that is a lot closer than I think, It's fast. Speaking of college classes, though, I need to get community service hours in. To tutor someone, I guess. Another half an hour has passed since, well, it's only been like 15 minutes since the last time that I actually checked the clock, but hour-long stream already, man. That's kind of crazy. And that's literally what I mean by time passing super duper fast, because it still doesn't really feel like any time has passed at all. Like, I genuinely don't feel like there has been any little bit of time. So, it's a little scary how time is just kind of irrelevant to me at this point. Or at least that's how it seems. The cool thing about doing this, though, is that people will be able to see me and know for a fact that, like, there was no duping involved, and there really wasn't even anyone else involved in this. And then I'll probably also be streaming when I'm opening the candy bags, hopefully with Poisonous and maybe another YouTuber or two. Because the first time that I did a candy bag opening video, I opened 2,500 and only 1,200 actually with YouTubers, but that's because I had two separate plots. So if I go ahead and I decide to open the 2,500 on one plot, I can do that with me, Poisonous, maybe 2 or 3 other people. Um, and I'm hoping that Poisonous and Smashed or whoever else will be willing to show up, at least for a little while. Because this probably will be like multiple hours, right? I feel like it's going to be a little bit of a longer one. But I would like to have some people that I know show up and help me deal with this. Open all the candy bags. Because I'm not stocking up. I'm literally getting these for a video. So, it'll be another blowing up. Well, it'll be buying 2,500 candy bags. I'll probably have like a time lapse of this footage. At least a little bit of it. Maybe like the start of this stream, or maybe when there's actually more on the plot. I personally never heard of Poisonous. Poisonous? His name is not spelled Poisonous. It's Poisonous, kinda. It's P-O-1-S-N-U-S, I think. He is a really, really good builder. Actually, if I go ahead and go... If I go from Poi... Okay. And then... Assuming... This shows my Discord, right? Maybe? No? Okay. There we go. So, this is his most recent build, I think. Which is really cool. He does very, very detailed building. It's like Patrick does. Like if I look from Patrick. Oh, that was a masterful misspelling of that name. No, that is not Patrick. Okay. Well, I'm not gonna find him. But if I go, oh, yep, Tile Guild Pro. Oh, okay. You know, I think they swear a lot in the server. I probably shouldn't look at that. But the point is, there are people that do a lot of very crazy stuff, right? And Poisonous is one of those people. This is right, right? Which one has... Alrighty, here it is. Okay. Just had to make sure that I went back to the actual right thing for the stream. But Poisonous is a very good builder. And a decent friend of mine. I know him a little bit. I would like to know him more, but time is not on our side. And also, like, cooperation, or collaboration, I guess is a better word to use for that, because we do kind of like opposing things. I do logic that is so advanced that there's no build that really can be advanced around it, and he does building that's so advanced that there can't really be advanced logic inside of it, which means that we can't really work together on anything. So, the reason that I do videos like candy bag openings is because it is really the only way for me to hang out with any of the bigger YouTubers that won't build with me, or really can't. That is 300 candy bags now. We are at 300. But, like, when I did a video with Patrick and Cheese God, you know, Cheese God is a wire artist. There's no real wire art to be placed on a logic base. And Patrick is basically the equivalent of Poisonous. So I would never be able to do logic with either of them. And so it was basically just, you know, let me hang out with these YouTubers and, you know, do builds with them. Or, well, not do builds. I've got a very big problem with how I'm speaking today. But instead of doing builds with them, I would just do a candy bag opening with them. And it took me a lot of time to set it up. And then me and Patrick and Cheese God made a video together, and it was a good video. It actually wasn't very entertaining, I don't think, but it was a video. And I think it actually turned out rather well. I'm happy with the video. I think that it was, you know, a good video. Um, and I think the most important part of it for me was being able to collaborate with two YouTubers that I thought were really, really cool. And I guess not YouTubers specifically, but people in the community that were really, really cool. Um, you know, like the best wire artist, uh, and the best builder at the time, in my eyes. Whereas, like, now we have Poisonous and we have Smash. Smash's been around for a long time. Patrick is was newer than Smash. She's stopped building now. At least kind of. But Patrick was a good friend of mine, which is why I liked him better than Smash. But they're both very, very good builders. Um, and so the entire point of that video was let me collaborate with two of, you know, what I would consider the most important names in the entire game. And just hang out with them, really. Because that's most of what it was. It wasn't like, alright, let's do a build together. There wasn't any pressure, right? It was just, you know, let's hang out a little bit. Let's talk a little and just hang, right? Which I think was fun. I think it was the best possible way to collaborate with them because there wasn't really a lot else that I could have done. And then this year, I've already asked Poison if he would like to open some candy bags with me, and he said that if he has time, he will. I have not asked anyone else yet, but I'm hoping that Smashed will be able to. Um, you know, if I were super lucky, I could get Apton to hang out for a while, but that's extremely doubtful. So I would expect that I could get, some, at least one YouTuber to hang out for a little while, right? Like, Apton, Smash, and Poisonous would be amazing. I would let some other people help out, too. Like if Fire wanted to, or Buckman, or some of the other people that are good at logic, I would let them hang out with it. But more or less, there aren't a lot of people that I would want to help out, just because the big reason I'm doing the candy bag videos is for collaborations, to hang out with these cool people. So I really don't try to have a ton of the time spent with just randoms or other people that I know. Well, I'm a staff member in Apton server, right? So I have probably a little bit of extra pull if then otherwise. So like I could message Apton and ask him if he'll have time at some point, and then probably get him to hang out for at least a little while. But I doubt that I'll be able to get him for very long, and I doubt that his schedule will really align with mine or any of the other people that I'll be trying to get to hang out with. So it'll be a bit of a struggle to get him around, I think. Alrighty. That makes 300 candy bags. Hooray! That was a little bit of an oops. I mean, I don't really care. I would do a face reveal, like, whenever, honestly. I don't care. There's no, like, specific, subscriber goal or anything that I would need to reach to do so. I'm not very attracted to the whole, like, keep myself hidden thing. It's whatever. Some people have seen my face before, some haven't. I mean, one of the biggest reasons why I don't do streams with face is that I just don't have a face cam. I feel like it would make things a little better if I did have a face cam. Like I could stream with face, and then it'd be a little more expressive, obviously. But I see no real need to. And then people would see my eye bags. Oh, I have to add 2 to the counter here. So 280 plus 28, 308. Yeah. I think that part of the reason that face reveals are such a big thing is because creators try to keep them away for so long. So if I don't really care, then I think it'll be less of a commodity for me to do so. Like, I don't have it publicly available anywhere, really, but, if someone asked, and, like, I had enough of a reason to show them, like, I would. I guess I don't have really, like, a reason for it, but if, like, a friend asks, then I would. I don't think there's a lot associated with my face, so I don't think there's a lot of, like, harm that I could go through just for having my face shown. Oh, start at the start of the stream. Does that mean that I'm at 145 finally? Maybe. I haven't had a new subscriber in a long time. Nobody subscribes to me very much. Plus 2 subscribers on November 1st. Huh. Maybe I just haven't been watching my subscriber count very well. Maybe that's what it was. I don't care about subscribers very much either. Because when I'm doing logic, it's a little harder to get people to care about it as much as, like, Apton. Like, his stuff is more visually appealing, right? So, I'm happy if there's, like, at least one person that cares about what I'm doing. Because then I know at least I'm, you know, affecting one person. Apton, he's affecting a lot more, and he's got a lot going on. But I think it's perfectly fine to just be a small creator. Okay. Welcome back. You know, honestly, this is feeling a lot faster than I thought it would. We're at almost an hour and a half, and we're at 83 cycles, which is no, that is 320 plus 12, 332. Yeah, we're at 332 candy bags so far. It's not so bad. And once we get to 400, we'll be at a pretty good amount, actually. That's a fifth of the way there, and that'll be probably at like an hour 45 minutes or 2 hours. So this won't be actually too long of a project. It'll be shorter than some of my logic projects. It'll be shorter than an adventure, even. An adventure I made in one day, so. But to be fair, I also stayed up way late doing it. At least way later than I usually do. So is this the first time that you've seen my channel? Just an inquiry. Because I've been posting a decent bit. I don't know. I'm just interested to know if this is the first time you've seen me. Yeah. Definitely a little bit of surprise. I mean, it's cool, right? Can't complain about someone seeing me, but first time is interesting because I've been kind of making Lumber Tycoon content for the past 2 years, so. And by kind of, I mean I've had very long breaks from it, and it's been kind of not so much the best content at the start, but I've been getting better with content, I think, as of recent. At least my thumbnails have been getting better. At the start of my, one could say, career, my thumbnails were ugly. Very, very ugly. And I was honestly considering remaking some of them. Well, good timing then, right? Are we serious? Why do you have to fall off the counter? Definitely good time for me to start streaming if it ended up on your For You page. You did? Maybe a week ago. Something new or something old? Because did I post anything like reasonably new? I mean, I posted a YouTube short. That's not a week ago though. That's like 2 weeks, I think. I haven't done DDOL in a while. Might be 3 weeks now. I should definitely get back to doing that, but I'm busy. I think that yeah, because my most recent video was adventure, and I didn't really post a lot before then. And then this video is probably going to be ready to post in a week or so. The internet project will be ready in probably 2, maybe, if I'm lucky. A short? Okay. My shorts are not the highest of quality. Especially not the most recent one. The most recent one was probably my worst because I recorded it at nighttime in the game. Subtitles were not working for me. I think I might have gotten copyright striked. One of my videos did. I think that it was genuinely that. Oh yeah, I think that it was striked during my upload process, and it told me that I had to remove one of the songs in it, so I had to redo the entire editing process of the short. And it was just a massive pain to do that one. And then it still performed really terribly. Like, that short is 60 views right now, compared to hundreds on my other shorts. So I'm thinking probably do something more entertaining next time, and just better looking. Um, I should probably try and do like a more important circuit. But also, like, I can't do a full-on build in one of those, obviously, because people will get really bored of that really, really fast. Can't really just do an entire build in a short and expect people to watch it. I could do like a time lapse of the actual build, and I think that my video, my most recent one for Adventure, is kind of interesting how well that it performed on the first day, because that entire video was a voiceover. Yeah, see, the super simple memory was not a very good video at all. It sucked. Um, if I'm being harsh, it sucked. So in the future, if I do another short, if I do any more DDOL, it'll be better. But that was just, you know, what I could have done at the time. I tried. The title was also a little difficult to get down, because I was trying to go for something that would, like, be eye-catching, but it's, obviously the title did not do all too well. So I try to keep my titles as, like, um, entertaining as possible whilst also not being clickbait. So, like, if I'm making a logic video, I don't say that I'm coding, right? Because it's not coding. It's kind of. Like, it's maybe a little bit, but I try to keep everything in my videos as little clickbaity as possible. Um, 94. The only issue with automatic candy opening is, as far as I'm aware, wires cannot open candy bags, so it would just be unboxing them, which is not even close to good enough for, like, making anything with it. Like, I wouldn't even do that, because it'd be kind of a waste. But I could see some worth out of that, if someone wanted to just unbox things really, really quick. But it's more of a useful machine for, like, Christmas time where you have an automatic ball opener. But I'm pretty sure that, like, last year, they were not all that great, because they lagged your game a little bit. And you want as little lag as possible, because if you're lagging, then you actually cannot get the Christmas gifts to open as soon as possible, because the game automatically, without resetting the servers, right, it just suddenly allows you to open them, right? And if you are using if you're using a box opener, then you're lagging the server to the point where you might be like 2 seconds later than everyone else, and then you get balls in the hundreds. Like me, mine was so bad that I actually only got like low thousands, I think. And then most of them were 5 digits instead of just 4 digits. So, like, it was a really bad year for me last year, and that's the first time that I ever actually tried to open balls really well. Now 1 hour and 37. And we're just about to 400. We are at 396 right now. So one more buy and we'll be at 400. And then that'll set our precedent to about an hour and a half per 400, which means 5 times that, so that's 7.5 hours, I think. Because you have 7.5 hours. And we're already 1 out of the way, right? Or 1.5. So it'll be about another 6 hours of streaming. Just about 100 till 500, and then we'll have a precedent for how long we should be by fourths, which will hopefully be shorter. So it's definitely better time than what I thought, like 10 hours. So 7.5 isn't too bad. For a second I thought the Thom was another player. Yeah, 6 hours is rather long. But given, like, my most recent project on this game, which was 2 days ago, that took 13, it's not that bad. I'm perfectly happy to continue stream until I need it to end. I think that it's perfectly good here. Yes, 13. You know, actually, the project, my longest project so far, it's not done yet, is around 110 hours, I think. So, yes, I spend a lot of time on these. Yes, and I did it all in one go. So I literally was recording that entire time, except for the first 2 hours of it. And then the unedited footage of that is actually unlisted and posted on this channel. I believe that it's in my Altitude Videos playlist, so you should be able to find it there if you want to see it, but it is a bad video. What's up, Pi? By bad, I mean it's like not very entertaining, because it's just 11 hours straight of me talking to myself. How many do I have now? 400. I think that it's because Pi sent, bigger messages. No, okay, Pi, don't say that. Don't say that to Spooky. Spooky's been here the entire time talking to me, okay? Anyways. I think that he's number one because there was a lot of texts, big texts sent by him, including the one that's literally just a quote, so Pi is getting recognized as having sent more text in total. You sent a lot of the smaller text messages, like smaller messages, I mean. So, Spooky is not a noob. Don't say that. You're so mean, Pi. Yeah, and and Spooky has 125. How is it dictated? Send live chat messages, send super chats, and super stickers. Okay. Yeah, it's not very clear on how you have more than Spooky. Alrighty. And that is all 400 on my plot. Sick. Oh, wait. I was calculating based on 2,000. It would be 9 hours, probably a little more than that, to get 2,500. Okay, yeah, so we've got a long way to go, actually. An hour and a half or so longer uh, than I'd originally said. That's whatever, though. It's okay. I might end up only doing 20 or 2,000 anyway, so we'll see when we get there. No, I don't want help. I want to do this all myself. Which might make me sound very stupid, but whatever. Per truck, it's probably about 50 per time that I bring the trucks over. So there are probably about 50 in each of these trucks, but it's kind of variable just based on however many I need to fit or however many I can fit. So the first truck probably has less than 50, and the second probably has more than 50. Because I'm always taking them, 2 trucks, to take 100 out. Because I'll buy 100 here, and then I'll move those back to base, and then I'll buy another 100, and so forth. There's no reason to send the description thing, Pi. Are you okay? You already had a signature. You can always just like get a generic profile picture. There are people at Aftons that sometimes do profile picture art for free. I'm not too sure about that though. But you could also just like go the no profile picture route like Pi, because he's a noob. Um, but my brother made my profile picture forever ago. Um, he's in college now, but I'm still using the profile picture because it's actually very, very nice. So, we are still on the wiki with the hut, which I'm actually kind of upset about because I don't want me to be on the wiki as the hut. It's kind of upsetting. I don't want to be known for my retaliation against Tim. How does that relate? What did I say in which you would reply women with long hair? Okay, yeah. You know what, you're right. It's just a sick hut. No, it's okay. Sure, Pie. Sure. Just, you know, you're a little weird. My profile picture looks like a ghost. It's supposed to look like a ghost, and it does look like a ghost. It's just made of vector art. It's a good profile picture. Don't disrespect my brother. He's in college now. Okay, sometimes you have to think before you speak, boy. Pie, uh, I'd like to say, that was like a year ago, dog. Are we serious? I've grown up and learned that I can't trust any of my friends, you know? I should not try Oakland's. I did try Oakland's, and I did not enjoy it at all. Oakland's genuinely was like super duper boring to me. Um, the only uh game that's like LT2 based, I guess I would say, that I liked at least a little bit, was Refinery Caves 2. But it was way too apparently buggy with logic, so I stopped playing it. Um, before I even got to doing logic. And then a game that's kind of similar to Lumber Tycoon that I play sometimes is Farming Adventures 2, which doesn't have logic yet, but once it does have logic, I'll probably play it a whole lot more. It's not like a replacement for Lumber Tycoon, but it is a good game that's like it. And I'll definitely make content for it once it actually, like starts getting picked up. Uh, because right now it's not really playable for most people because it's an expensive game. It's 175 Robux for access right now. Hi, what's up with the emoticon spam? Yeah, it's a little expensive. Um, the game is in beta right now, which is why, because they don't really want people playing it outside of like testers and people that really want to play it. I ended up buying it when it was 25 Robux, right when it entered beta, playable beta. And then it raised up to 200, and now it's 175. But I spent a lot more than 175 Robux. I mean, 25 Robux on that game because it has game passes, which will be more like reasonably priced, I could say, later. But for now, they are expensive and they costed me a lot, um, which is okay. I was I was okay with that. There should be some revamping stuff to make the game better later. Uh, but I'm just kind of happy with how things have turned out with the game so far. I also don't know who she is. I don't know who Pi is referring to. No, it did not go through. Matter, man, it probably got deleted by Automod. You probably said something really terrible. I don't get that much Robux either. I'm actually kind of running rather low now because I have like 700, less than that. So I need to get more soon. A guy owes me some, but hmm. Oh, you didn't even say anything that bad actually. I'm kind of surprised. I expected you to be worse. Okay, Pi, that is crazy. I thought you were making fun of me for not thinking before I spoke. Come on, man. And regarding making you mod, I don't know how I make people mod, and I'm so interactive with chat right now, and there's not really anything bad that happens in chat, that I think that's perfectly fine to just only have me moderating for now. If I'm ever doing something where I do need a moderator, I could appoint one, but, you know, I think it's fine for now. Apton has his moderators, but that's because he doesn't really focus on the chat all that much, and he has a lot more people around. I have a rep to lose. I do have a rep to lose. That's why I stopped hanging out with you as much. You wouldn't get banned, Pi. You aren't that bad. And if you really think that you'll be banned, why are you still doing this? You think that you should be banned? Jeepers Cripes, Pi. Pi is ready to get banned. He thinks he deserves it. That's crazy. Apton banned you? I'm not surprised. I feel like it honestly won't even be that bad. That's fine, Spooky. Um, I'll hopefully see you later or tomorrow. Have a nice day. End Times event live. That was yesterday? Smashed was there. Or no, that was not yesterday. That was the day before yesterday. I keep forgetting that a day has passed. Um, okay. That's funny. That's what got you banned, Pi. That's actually really, really funny. Execute Neptune? That's crazy. But I'm kind of surprised that Smash would be there, but he'll never show up to any of my streams. I'm heartbroken. Oh, okay. That makes me feel a little better. Smash just doesn't show up for anyone. I'm actually gonna try and soon here get it smashed on a live with me. That is true. Smashed will appear literally never, show up, and then just like says a little bit and then it disappears again. And it's really, really confusing to me. Because he used to message me a decent bit around the time when I was making the calculating vending machine. At least like before then. And then once I started making it, I guess he got kind of annoyed with me. Because I was messaging him about logic a lot. But like, he's just a lot less active now than he was then, which I don't know exactly why. And I'm hoping the same does not happen to me once I start taking college classes. I'm trying to get, I'm getting these candy bags because I'd like to at some point have some of the bigger names in a server with me, opening these candy bags with me. Because I originally did that with Patrick and Cheese God as probably the only way that I'd ever get a collaboration with either of them. So, like, it'd be cool if I could get me, Apton, Smashed, Poisonous, or whoever else in a call together, or just working on this together, at least for a little while. Because I think that it'd be really, really cool to have a ton of different people show up to do this together. I do not think that it would be wise of me to let you in to a collaboration stream. You don't use voice, which means that if I did a voice chat, you would not be there. And you would probably join on the most vile account name possible, say the most vile stuff possible. You would only cause problems. And everyone associates your name with bad things, man. There aren't a lot of people that like you anymore. It's gonna seem like I'm a traitor. No, they don't. Okay, I'll take your word for it. Apton is ghosting you, actually. What a surprise. That's crazy. I never could have expected that. Player's been a supervisor in the fan group for forever. He got supervisor intern around the same time as me, and recently they did promotions. Which means that soon intern applications will come out, which means that soon I'll have my chance. That's crazy. Alrighty. You're alt applied for DUL. I hope that you don't get it. Because you want to do your job. I think that, like, a major facet of your personality is not doing anything. I am not still staff in fan group. Remember how you got me fired? You got me fired, and then King Boo got me banned. Do you remember that? remember how I had that, remember how I kind of vented about how much I hated the staff members after you got me fired? I vented about that in the group chat, and then either you or King Boo, I don't know which one of you it was, one of you made a report, right? One of you sent that to a staff member, and I got banned. You do very much remember that? Okay, yeah, good. I'm glad you know how you contributed to me getting banned. It should. You leaked enough to get me fired, which then led up to me getting banned. So I do blame you. And then I tried to apologize to a lot of the staff members that were upset at me for it. Well, not the ones that were upset at me for it, but the ones that I'd said bad things about. And most of them did not care. Like, I messaged Lego that I was sorry about what I'd said about him, and he did not reply at all. I think that most of the DMs that Lego has sent me have been, oh, you're fired, actually. Or, oh, you did this wrong. Yeah, I should think about how much I can't trust my friends. Yeah, exactly, Pi. Thanks. You know, that is a good, great message. Exactly. I would love to, in the future, never be able to trust anyone that I surround myself with. Why should I get on Wiki staff? Okay, listen. I got you banned because you were talking about Dream in a crazy type of way. Rep also was, and so was King, but you were the big target. You were the, like, worst of them all. Wiki staff team is so much better. Well, I mean, everyone is under the age of 40. That is a crazy... Who is above 40 on the fan group staff team? Look, I guess, like, Azchick is probably over. Dawn probably. Caesar probably. That's crazy. Lego is not that old. He's, what, like, in his late 20s at most? I'm pretty sure he's in college. Lego is just a little... I shouldn't say anything about Lego, actually. I don't have anything explicitly against a lot of the staff members. I'm pretty sure that Sir Red is. Probably all the co-owners are, honestly. A lot of the founders as well, I'm sure. Lego is not old. Dog. He looks like 30 at most. Number of staff and wiki over 30? Maybe try? Probably not. I guess Gemculus is probably the oldest. I would say that Gemculus is probably the oldest, honestly. That's what I expect. Smashed isn't. Axeville, Harrison don't seem to be. Uh, Ancienton, or however his name is said. I don't know about him. Um, After Electro, we're probably like around 18 to like early 20s, I think. Yeah. I feel like Jimculus is probably the oldest. Like, for whatever reason, yeah. I just feel like Jim is the oldest of them. But yeah, I guess there aren't really a whole lot of oldies in the wiki. That's why they should add me. Keep the population down. Electro is 16? No, he can't be. I'm pretty sure they're around 18. Like, Electro is probably at least 18. At least I'd like to assume so. It's been a long time. Stop saying weak. Did I say weak? When did I... Am I stupid? Why? Oh, do you mean wiki? You want me to say it like wiki? It's not wiki though, it is wiki. I will always say it wiki. It's not wiki! It's not! It's wiki. It's not wiki, it's wiki. What type of a picture is that to just have? Is that him sitting with Josh? Oh yeah, see, I thought it was with Josh. That's kind of crazy. When did they have time to go and, like, hang out? Okay, how did you get those pictures, though? Tell me that. How do you get those? Were you there? Okay, I don't think I needed that last picture. a source? Dog. Was like Apt in there just chilling or something? Ooh, dog! How does that picture exist? And it's not one, that's like 8. Electro had merch? When did Electro have merch? And why are they both wearing shorts? Jeans supremacy. I feel like that's awfully unlikely that you took that picture. If you didn't take the rest of them, I feel like... What? Dog, excuse me, what? I don't... Is that legal? And how did you know where they were? Like, excuse me? Dog. Dude. That is a crazy amount of, I guess so, but it's actually not all that much. I guess, like, years ago, that was a lot of lumber bucks. I mean, it's crazy. What's the story behind the one where they're both looking into the camera? Like, did you get that one from Electro's mom or something? That's such a waste of a photo. That's a waste of lumberbucks, dog. That is hilarious. That is so funny. They're getting stalked the entire day and they suddenly are like, hey, could you stalk us a little better? It's funny. It's greatly funny. You know when one of your workers asks you to do work? What good for him? 500 mil. That's actually probably more than I have right now. I've used so much of my cash. If I find the money that Smashed gave to me, then I would have more than that, but if I don't do that, then I won't. I'm not poor. No, I couldn't. He'd have to come to Michigan. And then after showing up to Michigan, I'd have to somehow be able to, like, get around. And then I have no, like, actual camera. So, you know. I think that, Defaultio should instead just come out to Michigan to meet me. You know, that's totally what he should do. I mean, he met Electra. Did he ever meet Afton in person? Okay, shut up, Pi. But if he never met Afton in person, I feel like there's zero chance that he'd come out and meet me. Cause like, why would he even meet Electra? Um, but like, I do stuff on his game. I feel like he wouldn't meet me though. He should come out to Michigan though. He should. It's great here. It's great here. You know, that's honestly probably true. Apton is kind of eh. He's a little weird about the like no showing his face or anything, I guess. Okay, right. So he's almost 18. See, I said they were like around 18. I was right. Yeah. He'd be 17, 18 in a couple of months. A few months, I mean. Let's see. No one likes Apton is not what I said. That is a terrible misinterpretation of what I said. Um, anyways. Have we? Like when he was like 13, maybe. He had that one video of him super young. And then like now there's no recent face reveal from him. There are recent face pictures of Electro. Who is Pi? Who was Zach 56 Belf in the wiki? Yes, I know. I've seen that. See, I've seen that. That's when he's like 13 with his hamster on his shoulder. How old did I just say? Did I say 15? I'm in like 13. Zach 56 Belf. The guy that just said, true, now you say something that makes sense to me. It felt like massive disrespect. It broke my heart. Oh, righteous. Okay. So, suddenly it seems like maybe I, shouldn't listen to him. Isn't he part French? Okay. 2.5 hours in. You can tell he's French from the voice. Is crazy. Okay. Okay. We're 2.5 hours in and we have 600. Boy, oh boy. Oh my gosh, we are 2.5 hours into the stream. Jeez. His voice makes you want to cry. Man. Did Afton reply or did he take that? Okay, so he did just take that. What do I laugh like what? I feel a little disrespected. I'm a little brokenhearted that you're judging my laugh. am I laughing like? Ugh. Trying to break my heart here, man. That's not. It's not how I laugh. It's not how I laugh. I don't just say ha 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 ha. It's not laughing, that's mocking someone. Yo tengo un poco sueño. See, now I'm scared to laugh. I'm not scared to laugh. It's not funny is the problem. I'm not laughing because nothing funny is happening. I'm not scared to laugh. Do not! That's crazy. Pi, has anyone ever told you that you're disrespectful? Just wondering, cause you're a little bit there. I've never even seen that picture of him. Where did you get that? I think it does matter where you got that. Did you send someone to stalk him too? I feel like it'd be a little distasteful if you sent him a stalker. Is this from like a deleted video? Did you entice a minor to send you a picture of him joyous? No comment. Dog. You can't just do this. Your mom's Facebook? Dog! How do you even find that? How do you find... Oh, I hear it now. No, I don't. You suck. You suck, dude. You are the worst person that I know. You're mean to me. Why would he? Why would you make that? And why'd you make it with imageflip.com? It's a public meme template. Okay. Excuse me, what? Why is that? I thought you meant like the text on it was a meme template, not the picture of him. Why? What? And how did you can't post that? Did you make that? No! I haven't seen that picture before today. Don't, do not. Did you actually send that to him or was that to someone else? Welcome back, Spooky. Glad to see a friendly face, unlike Pie. I mean, good to see you. I'm not saying that you have to respect him. I'm saying that you have to, like, respect me by not making me associated with this. You might very well be the worst person that I know, Pi. How many bags do I have now? Let's see. 740. No, because that's not it. Let's see. 320. 640. 666. Oh. Is that? Oh, it's 664. My bad. Minor arithmetic error. Minor arithmetic error. Arithmetical. Hi, Kyle. Good to see you again. Well, so far I have 168 times 4 as of this purchase. So it's a good bit. No, I have not. How am I doing today? I am doing rather well. The mind-numbing effects of buying candy bags are kind of starting to settle in, but other than that, I think I'm doing kind of fine. Okay, you can not. But I'm just trying to I'm making an attempt to get as many candy bags as I possibly can before I physically can no longer tolerate this. Well, I guess mentally can no longer tolerate this, but we're nearing on what? Because 100 is 400. Yeah, we're nearing on 700. So nearing on 700. And then I don't know, cause it's 3 p.m. for me. You will not. It's 3 p.m. for me right now, which means that in an hour or two, I'll have to go. But if it's around 3 hours to get 700, then I can get this done in some sort of time. Not that much, but I think it'll be okay. I'm just it's taking a while longer than I expected, because this is going to be a long time. And then assuming that I have an hour or two more, I'll be able to get some like 200 probably. 200 more, so I'll be at like 1,000. Why did I go live today? I went live because I needed to get the candy bags as soon as possible for my video. And, you know, obviously that's today. As soon as possible for me would have been today. And I decided that instead of just doing it, I would do it live so that people could watch, hang out, talk to me. So that I also would not go insane. But so that people would, you know, be able to hang out, so that people know that I didn't fake the amount of candy bags that I bought. All that stuff. I decided that the best way to do this was to go live. Whereas when I made Adventure, instead of going live, I just recorded the entire thing and posted the unedited footage. So, there's that proof. But I was trying to make that build and record all of it so that if anyone ever wanted to, like, look at how I think about a build as I'm making it, they could go and watch that like a massive length video, and they would be able to get a grasp for how I think about a build whilst I'm working on it. Um, and I didn't go live because then it'd be kind of convoluted with me talking to other people. But for this, like, I'm not doing anything where I'm worried about talking to other people or anything. So it's honestly only beneficial for me and other people, I think. The internet footage is fake and edited. I watched it. It's 11 hours. It's 11 hours long. Are you talking about Fire? And no, it's not auto build. You can't. I would find it really weird if someone started auto building logic. AI video. Wow, sure. That's all good, Spooky. Glad that you were able to stop by. It's been good having you in the stream for a while, so. I am not fake. I am not. If I were fake, I would not be developing a headache right now. I don't think I've used... Yeah, I haven't used AI in any of my videos. I actually actively avoid AI background music, so... Yeah, Fire does do some, rather, big logic builds. I actually was able to check out what his systems were for the Pokemon thing. And I asked him if I would be able to create it myself, a similar build, and he said that I could. But I want to see if I can't optimize any parts of his build at all, because I had a couple of ideas to make it more optimized. And I also want to play around with like animation stuff in Lumber Tycoon and like sprite crafting. So that'd be a good project for that. It's kind of similar to how I did Adventure, where Adventure was kind of a starting project for me to do coordinate placing with logic and for me to work with multicolored displays. So I am not the new interns. Okay, the reason that I want to recreate his build is not because I want to take away from what he did. And I'm not saying that I'm better than him, right? What I'm saying is that I saw opportunities to improve it, and I want to see if I can do anything good with the idea that I didn't have before. And I'm not going to try and compare it to his build, because, like, his build has merit of its own. It was made by him, and it's probably going to look better than mine, honestly. Mine is probably going to end up being bigger and a little more laggy to play and all. But Fire, he was the first to come up with the idea, the first to execute the idea. And, you know, obviously it turned out well. So I am just excited to have the opportunity to build something that someone else has made and see if I can't make it better or experiment with different things. And it's just genuinely a good idea to enhance my skills in a lot of regards, because I'll be working with sprites, I'll be working with animation, I'll be working with some of the more reverse counter stuff, see if I can't make a better design for that, where it won't require AND gates or whatever. It probably will, but I just want to experiment with a couple of things, and it's a good build in those terms. No, the display is not done. The build is taking a very long time, as I expected it to, but still. The internet project is taking a very long time, especially considering that it takes like 17 seconds to place anything. And I haven't had much time to work on it recently. because I've been prioritizing other projects like this and adventure. Um, so there's just not a lot of work going into it right now. I did work on it a little recently though. I spent like what 2 hours probably on it recently in the past week or two. But okay, man. I'll. It's literally it. To be grammatically correct, you would have to say anything but ip, or anything, or anything but your ip, or anything but tip. Okay, you're grammatically incorrect. Um, but the build hasn't been getting very much attention, because I haven't just had a ton of time for it. So I'll be trying to finish the build in the next like month, hopefully, because I will have some like after I'm done with this, I can work on the internet project until the end of Tuesday, right? So I'll be able to have like if I genuinely am as dedicated as I was for this and adventure, then I can do a whole ton of work on the internet project, and that'll be cool. Okay, this truck is done as well. I'm doing work where I can do work. I had a competition build that I wanted to do, and so that's what I did adventure for. Um, and this is so that I can do collaborations with some people. Um, I'm just doing what I got to do to reach some of my goals. Alrighty, see ya, Spooky. You did say that. I saw that message, okay? I just did not want to reply to it. I did not want to reply to that. Your message went through. It's just like a bad thing to say, Pi. I didn't hear SpongeBob, that's all. Okay, man. You're really, really mean to me. I don't laugh like SpongeBob. I am starving, dude. I have eaten way too little today. I've had like probably 500 calories at most, and that is really reflecting in how much my stomach is not doing well. I'm in physical pain right now. I was sick when we collabed. And that ended up in me not posting that video at all. So I actually don't even know if I have the footage anymore. Oh, you can't send that in my server. Hi. I'm just gonna mute you. Stop sending that. I have all notifications on for my server. I know when you send a message. Dog. Soul is not gonna be a bit. Soul is not going to be a fan if he sees that. I don't like applying moderative action. Pi, you're better than this. No, that... don't put it anywhere. Keep it out of my server. Actually... I was under the impression that everyone had the member role at this point, but that's kind of interesting. I didn't know that there were people that still did not have unverified. Okay. Anyways. Okay. It's definitely a problem. Yeah, see, people that don't have any roles can see staff channels. That's definitely a problem. Alright, see you, Kyle. What, Pi? No! No! Did you save a picture of my face? Didn't even ever... Did I? No, stop that. Hello, lumber box. Yes, bye. I do not sell sinister wood. I do not have probably any. How do you have that? How do you have that? Excuse me, what? Pie! I'm genuinely confused as to how you even have that. That was last year. My friend? Who? My friend who? You don't know any of my friends. There's zero possibility that you actually know anyone that I would go to school with. Tell me who. Dog. Do I even have that picture? If I don't have that picture, then you genuinely know someone that I go to school with. Thank you, Lumberbox. It's very kind of you. Pie, just tell me who it was. Because I don't think I would ever do that. Because my immediate reaction was, oh wow, why is Sydney in there? Because I would have cropped out Sydney. Who would have even taken that picture? Because what was that? Sydney wasn't in... She wasn't in any class with me except for math, right? That means not... Dog. Dog. How do you know that? I mean, not that, but... I didn't have a crush on her. She had a crush on me. But how do you know that there was something related there? I rejected her like 5 times before she gave up. Dog! Dog! Okay, Gomi. Or, I mean, what am I talking about? Pi? How in the world did you get that? Who? A name. Associate a name. Because that's in math. That is in math. That's in math class. I recognize the board. Which means that that was first semester. Or actually, isn't that till 3rd quarter? Because we didn't actually swap out of that class until 4th. They want to stay anonymous is not helpful. I do not care if they want to stay anonymous, Pi. I genuinely don't care if they want to stay anonymous. Because who was even in my math class last year? Like, none of my main friends were in that picture. Could that have been Kayla who took that? Kayla might have taken that. Pi, you're being unreasonable. Dog, I have like 600. It's not. I have very little Robux left. No, I'm not gonna. 300 before or after tax? Do I need to include tax? Okay. What if we can go lower? What if we can go lower? Because that's a lot. I would not be able to. Okay. Pi. I want to be able to have my VIP server, you know? Which means that the lowest I'd be willing to go down to from now is 440. Okay? I have 627. I will give you 227. No? No? Strict on 300? How can you be strict on 300, dog? You are a sellout. Oh, I'm I'm realizing now that the stream delay is really, really bad. So, okay. So 227 is a deal. If 227 is a deal, send a 227. Or no, sorry, that's to 400. Oh my god, I'm stupid. No, I'd be able to give 187. Jeez. Suddenly I feel like a cheapskate. 187 is basically nothing. Man. Um... So, if I'm going to pay you at all, I need you to promise, for a fact, right now, that the person that sent you that picture is not me. No, no, you cannot. You cannot say that I can't know if I sent it. You can't hold that from me. Because if I pay you and then you say, oh, I sent it, then I'm just going to shoot you. Because you've not given me any idea of if the guy that you know from my school is not me or not. Because I know that I go to my school. And the woman that you know from my school could just be Sydney because she's in that picture and you don't actually know her. You could just be trying to trick me into paying you money that I don't need. Or don't need to spend. Wait until the stream delay finishes my sentence, bro, okay? I know it's bad. That doesn't tell me if it's going to be information that I need or information that I already know. Because, like, I know that I could have been the one that sent that picture, right? I know for a fact that that is a possibility. I don't think I would have, but still, maybe I did. Be a waste of money. Be a waste of money. See, now, I'm very, very easy to convince, but I'm feeling like I probably shouldn't be in this case, because it's gonna be a waste, because I can't even, like, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna waste $2.50 and only be able to run my VIP server for another 1 month. And, like, how do I react to that? I'll need to, like, beg John for Robux, bro. He does owe me Robux, but, Pi, you genuinely, I get that you want money, right? But you have to promise me, promise, that the person that sent you that picture was not me. That is a different picture. That is a different picture. It doesn't align with that one. Which means that you do genuinely know someone, because there's no way that I'd send you more than... Okay. As much as this is a terrible decision, I bought it. I bought it, so what are you waiting for, pie? Don't call me that. Alrighty, I'm blocking you, pie. Should I just block you? Because this is exactly why I was upset at you earlier. Because whenever you do whatever possible to make a problem for me. Dude! Seriously. Seriously. Literally, all that you had to do was not try to scam me. Every single time that I do absolutely anything with you, it is you trying to create a problem for me. I don't get it. I don't get what you benefit from being a problem for me. You suck. You are a bad guy. You're terrible to me. You make fun of me. You try to make other people make fun of me. You constantly bring up things that happened before. You try to convince me that this was worth my time. And then, yeah, okay, sure. I pay 200 Robux that I need to host my VIP server that I just got screwed out of because you are a bad dude. All you wanted to do was scam me. All you wanted was to get any cash that you could out of me and then make a problem for me. I don't even get why I try anymore. Genuinely having friends and trying to believe in someone is the worst possible thing that anyone can do. Genuinely. People like you are the reason why I do not like people. I genuinely choose friends based on the ability of them to be replaced, and that's why I chose you. Because you do not matter to me. All you are to me is terrible. That is all you are to me anytime that I speak to you. Genuinely cannot believe you. I've known you for what now, like a year, maybe a year and a half, and you're still always trying to create a problem for me. How can I be sure that you're not the one that got me banned in the fan group, right? Maybe you were. Maybe you were, because that's the precedent that you're setting. You got me fired, you just scammed me, you're always trying to make fun of me and be mean to me. You don't care. All you want is the personal benefit of feeling good about yourself. Maybe you felt good about yourself after you got me fired or after you got me banned, because I'm 90% sure that that's what you did. What am I supposed to think? What am I supposed to think? All you do is be mean to me. I try to be nice to you, I try to, be friends, and then I get screwed for it. What am I supposed to do? No reply. Hey, Roach. How you doing? Um, I'm in between. My day hasn't been so bad. Um, Definitely not doing particularly good, but, you know. Let's just say that, I'm alright. We can go with that. Kinda just getting candy bags. I was talking to people, but people ended up leaving my stream, so kind of alone for right now. Well, was kind of alone. To be fair, you are here now, so. But just hanging out, buying candy bags. Up to 800 now, so. That is pie. I have not banned Pie from my streams, so he shows up. Sometimes he shows up. What's up, Bram? How you doing today?
What's up, Master Axolotl? How you doing? What's up, Rainbows? How you doing? That's crazy. I do not happen to be, but uh, the goal is to get 2,500 candy bags. Okay, wow. Um, I'm gonna get 2,500 candy bags, place them all on one plot, and then do a collaboration with other YouTubers to get them to actually make a video with me. Cause like Poisonous and Apton and Smash don't really have a reason to make a video with me, cause they wouldn't really need me for a video. But if I instead tell them to come and open candy with me, it's more likely that they would. It's the same thing they did with Patrick and Cheese God in 2023. Got a ton of candy bags and then had them do that. But I decided for this year that instead of having anyone else buy them for me or whatever else, I would buy these all live on stream. So that people would know, oh yeah, I bought them, I didn't dupe them, whatever. Um, People would also know that I'm dedicated, right? Because I'll buy 2,000 candy bags on stream. And I'll also be streaming when I open and blow up the candy bag, so I felt like it only makes sense to do this. See, that's what Pi came in and said earlier, and I told him no. Um, the other guy that was in stream earlier, when Pi asked me why I wasn't auto-buying, it said it's because I'm not a hacker. Which I mean, like, yeah, but it's mostly because I want to put in the hard work. Or at least the tedious work. The more tedious work I can complete in, you know, however long, the more likely I'll be to finish the internet project. Because all that's left on that really is tedious work. That's why I hate super big builds like that, is because at some certain point I'm basically just doing the same thing over and over and over again. And I like experimenting with circuits and trying to make them different and make them work and all. Anyways. No. I don't want to. And that'd take a lot of time. I don't know if the candy bags will still be in the store by then, you know? Plus, aren't door bridges broken or something? I don't know. I know that big ones crash your game or something. I can't really stop buying them now, cause like I've got some over there. Alright, see you, Rainbows. Have a good day. Alrighty, that is 1,000 candy bags so far. So, end of stream now, I suppose.